Check 1, syphilis. Syphilis. Check 2, syphilis. Very good.
Something like that.
Here I come to save the day.
You goddamn son of a bitch.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. Hi, Maddie. Thanks, Mud. Mud's really on top of that. How you doing today, Maddie?
It's pretty fun.
Did you love me like I lost probably longer, probably about 2 to 3 hours from now. Because we're ranting today. We're ranting and raving like a lunatic. I'm doing all right, Maddie.
He has a tiny head. Fuck.
Oh, good. Well, I went to an art fair yesterday. And let's just say, I'm a raving lunatic today.
Something like that.
Hi, Sarah.
The end of the crown's gonna be brown because it's got poop on it.
So, it went well. I found out the information I kind of needed to. I was just really disappointed by a lot of the exhibitors. Hi again, Sarah. So we saw, like, you know, what people were using for their tents. I looked at pricing. I looked at what was there. The best there was, I mean, so to give you guys some background, I went to the Barrington Art Fair. Barrington is a wealthy suburb of Chicago. The average home price in Barrington is $600,000, to give you an idea. This art fair is in their downtown, and there were thousands of people there. It was a very well run Go Bears. It was a very well run operation that this company does, and they had a lot of traffic. Just the okay. The best exhibits were there was a sculpture, a guy who did like statues and sculptures out of wood. That was really cool. There was two custom made pens, or like, you know, kind of like what Wayward, I believe Wayward does. Is it Wayward? There was two places like that. There was another woodworker who did, like, you know, kitchenwares. There was one ceramics place. Those were frankly the best places, because a lot of the painting stuff frankly pissed me off. The painting and the photography pissed me off that I saw there.
See, I'm not sure.
Based on their prices and what they were, you know, what they had.
Okay, so wings down. Yeah, he does. Wings down.
So the good part about this is my stuff would be very unique.
Okay.
Oddly enough, my stuff would be very unique at this fair. I'd stand out like a sore penis. But it was just like a lot of like. So like basically about, I'd say out of the 12 or 10 painters or 12 painting booths there, 10 of them were like, nobody did oils, which was odd, which I thought was odd. There was no one everybody was acrylic. Not that that's like a unique point, but I found that kind of odd. Secondarily, everyone was doing like everybody was kind of doing the gimmicky slash like stereotypical stuff. So it's like several booths were doing like the beach sunset paintings where the photos saturation and contrast were just jacked up really high, but then they weren't as aggressive with their colors as those, but that's what, you know, that's what their like references were. So it was like a lot of that. And then there was like abstract stuff that, frankly, you know, not for me, people might like it, but it felt very similar. But then the prices were like super unethical that a lot of the people were asking for, in my opinion. So to give you an idea, what an unethical example is, somebody had listed a painting for $1,500 there, and they said framed $2,500. And I saw the frames that they were using, and they were not, you know, expensive frames, nor does framing take that long. But they were so they did that. Several people did custom prints. Somebody was charging $500 or listed $500 for custom prints of their painting. Not custom prints, limited edition prints. Kind of Nordic. And so like I saw a lot of like paintings that were listed for like $3,000, and it really felt the overarching feeling I got from basically the entirety of the fair was people who were doing this as a business and not as a passion. And that bothered me. That bothered me quite a bit. Yeah, but it's a print of a painting. I mean, was she charging $500 for a mud? I'm patching them up. True. I might have to, Maddie. I don't know. It just... I think it was just the culmination of all of it, of where it really felt like it was a business. Okay. Hi, Ron. How you doing, bud? Yeah, but like, Ron, I feel like that's just kind of defeats the purpose of painting, right? No, I am undercharging. But these are kind of my same issues I have with like social media art a lot of the time too. That you see in social media. The photographers, I mean, we're kind of like, the photography stuff was like, you know, nothing. It's just like, and this may cause me to struggle a lot, but it's just like making stuff that you aren't into is really depressing to me. But what my plan is to do, Mud, so I'm gonna raise all my prices on Etsy. But if anybody, I'm gonna make this like public in like the Discord and stuff. If anybody wanted my painting, don't buy through Etsy. I'll give you a much better deal. So I'm gonna have like public pricing, but then like, you know, private pricing, as in people who know me and know the stream if they wanted a painting. That's my plan. And I'm probably gonna list just this cheaper stuff, or stuff that I can't really justify increasing the price. Because I have paintings that I just hate that I don't think deserve to be priced high regardless. I'm gonna put those on Ko-Fi. Or Coffee? I don't know how we're supposed to pronounce that. So yeah, just a lot of thinking on the art fair. It did make me feel good that basically my stuff would stand out a lot. At that art fair, I'm not even talking about quality, just by subject matter. You know, there was no one who did realism. There, you know, not to mention impressionistic painting. There. So I think that would help a lot. And the art fair I'm going to try and go to coming up, economically or socioeconomically, is very similar to the one I just visited.
I do that. I'm like, I totally fucking like.
So.
I'm so weird that it's a weird thing.
So it was interesting.
But I actually don't really give a fuck about it when I do it. Let's make this shoe just a little bit tighter.
Yeah, and I think, you know, definitely at a fair, I don't want, like, you know, also I don't want to that, like, people to see if, like, check, like, because I'll advertise my Etsy at the art fair to see two different pricing, you know, styles. So I have to make the public searchable thing, I think, just more expensive overall, and I'm probably gonna be doing that in the next few days. But if anybody was interested in my painting on here, who knows, and I'll make an announcement on Discord, that just talk to me and I'll give you, you know, I think fairer pricing, or, you know, the viewer discount. In St. Charles, Illinois, Ron? So this was in Barrington. The fair I'm looking to go to is in Glenview, which also has like a median average home price of like $615,000. Huh. St. Charles is, I do have to say, St. Charles is a little bit odd, but they do have a art fair too that I saw. I don't know when it is.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The moment you won't see it. I have to go in like about 5 minutes ish. Probably morning for Anthony. I haven't been over there yet to see. Yeah, I'll probably raid him there. I've got a song to drop on him about how.
Yeah, the framing seems like a odd upcharge attempt, Nordic, from some places. I'm not listening to Greenbag, no. Do I have like Greenbag's stream still up? I do. Son of a bitch! Corrupt. You're a bit odd. No, I don't. I mean, I don't think you're odd, Bron. I like, having lived like around. I lived like 30 to 40 minutes from. I grew up in Arlington Heights, Illinois. If you're familiar with that area. I had a stream on. I thought I closed it before. So sorry about that, everybody. But St. Charles is just kind of like a mixture of suburbs and like county clashes. How are you today, Nordic? All right, let's get some paint out and stuff. So yeah, so yeah, like I said, I was the pricing was very surprising in my opinion. I wish I guess it's good for me that there wasn't really like impressionistic realism painters there. I actually didn't even see hyperrealism. Like I said, I saw a lot of stuff that was just like, I will not, Jan. I'm doing all right, Nordic. I saw a lot of stuff that felt like colors blended together. A lot of that. You know, without form. It's not my bag, but you- yeah. So Ron, I went to the art fair to mainly look at the setups and the pricing, and so a lot of people had paintings listed in that like $2,000 to $3,000 range. Yeah, I mean, I had that, and I kind of knew that too, Mud. I was just surprised that I kind of felt like my stuff is like almost like on an island. Not that I'm like doing anything unique or like that, but I guess like, you know, how I paint. Only like 18 by 24s range, not huge paintings, Ron. But you know, like I said, I would like my stuff would frankly be an oddity, especially with my weird subject matter stuff. You know, if like I brought this, or if I brought like, you know, the skulls, the still lives, the flowers, which is probably what I would just bring to those, just my from life stuff. That it would be.
They'll ask you a bunch of questions. They want to have them answered
I think I would do well. But I also like, I have a weird conundrum with like feeling guilty about like attempting to charge like $1,000 for a painting at my current level. No worries, Pickles. All right, Nordic, hit me. Don't get me wrong, I want to make plenty of money painting, but for some reason I have like guilt at certain times. Yeah, fast food is getting really gross. We're still working that out. I really don't have the money for pro panels, but pretty much everybody was using pro panels. I didn't see a booth use what I would think I could get away with. So, you know, that's something I have to think about. That's a big ass hair. I looked on eBay to see if there were used ones, but there was somebody who was selling used one, but they were still asking a lot for them. So skeletons are a hard sell. As in, like, you don't think skeletons in general just wouldn't sell well, Ron? Pro Panel are like the walls that they use at art fairs. Jan, there's a company called Pro Panels. Yeah, so they're like felt walls that you could hang shit up on, and they're like $400 a section, and I think they go as high as like $500 to $600 a section. And we're talking like a 3 foot by like 8 foot section, somewhere around there. It might be 4 foot by 8 foot. Yeah, Ron, that's just like what everybody had at there. The crew of Apollo 15 placed a small statue on the moon when they visited in August 1971. It portrays a little astronaut in a spacesuit. What is the name of the statue? For a 10 by 10 mud, to get the walls covered, it's more like 3,500. You know them now, yeah. Not to mention you gotta get a tent, and you have to like wait. You know, there's other stuff you need for the tent. What is the name of that statue? Let's go with. What would that name be? Nordic, how many, can you give me one hint? How many words is it? How many words is it, Nordic? Ron, did you do a lot of art fairs or did you only do the few? I mean, because all your, this is a question I'm being asked. 2 words, and it has to do with space. Nordic, I have a trivia option in Twitch, and somebody's asking me, the crew of the Apollo 15 placed a small statue on the moon when they visited it in August of 1971. It portrays a little astronaut in a spacesuit. What is the name of the statue? How much was it, Mud? Let's go with... What would have 2 words deals with space? New Frontier. New Frontier, Nordic. Oh, Space Boy was a good. Never mind. I retract New Frontier. I retract New Frontier. We're gonna go Space Explorer. Space Explorer. What do they sell it in white, Mud? I couldn't recall the color of your tent that I saw. Billy Bob. Yep, yours white. Good to know. Do they have ways to attach weights to them, Mud? Or did you attach weights to yours? Cheese green. Hi, the library. I get you. Yeah, we're trying to go for realism. Space Cowboy would be pretty good too. No, it's the name Fallen Astronaut is about to... Oh, interesting. Alright, Nordic. Nordic gets a point. Do they have like ways to attach weights to that tent, Mud? Because a lot of the fairs around that I've seen have requirements to weigh down the tents. So people like had like kettlebells and sand, like stuff like that. How you doing, Roch Burns? Oh, there it is. I've been looking for you for a while. Pretentious Kraken. I am not a liar and I've never told a lie in my life. Everyone does? Okay. Which one died in the fire, Jan? Oh, no, you're talking about that. I have a palette knife that I've been looking for that suddenly I just grabbed a random one and it was it. Oh, okay, that's nice. I might have to do another Ko-Fi donation thing. So I can afford pro panels. Oh, do you, Jan? Are they good? Are they good ones? These days, you could show your portraits and people could and email the Imagine. You could send them the finished work. These days, you could show your portraits and people could email the image and you could send them the finished work. Yeah. Yeah, that's, I mean, how, you know, a lot of like commissions will go. That's the only thing that scares me about commissions, is just that you're going to be working from a lot of bad images. Why the shitty ones, Jan? Do you know how many palette knives I break in a year? Like 2. Yeah, I would appreciate that, Mud, if you don't mind. Yeah, no worries. I figured it out, Ron. Yeah, I mean, I've done some commissions that way. And it's really hard to convey what makes a good reference photo to a lot of people. I've really started to dislike working from photos, like, more and more as I paint from life. Fallen astronaut was smuggled into the ship. No shit. That's really dangerous to smuggle shit onto a spacecraft because of the gas needed. Just to move like 1 pound. Super dangerous. Yeah, I mean, if it was only like an ounce or 2, which a flag probably could be, that's probably not a huge deal. But I've heard like just like an extra pound of weight is like, I think thousands of gallons. Hi, Lynn. How are you? There's some random shit getting on my gloves from. Yeah, the bismuth yellows are the best yellows I've used. I think they're stronger than cadmiums. The yield is slightly better, but they are cheaper. And so, you know, I don't really see a reason to go to cadmiums for the worse yield and price and safety risk to myself in making them. So, the only issue with bismuth colors is their separation, which, you know, I'm using aluminum stearate to try and fix. But did you have any separation on the yellow, Jan? Or did you not use them, just saying you ate the paint? Oh, that sounds nice, Lynn. I'm doing well. Ready to paint. And the goal is we're going to try and finish this bad boy up today, everybody. You have separation anxiety? I know, Rochburns. Oh, okay, gotcha. Bismuth banana split next? Possibly Nordic. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the famous John Singer Sargent painting, Ron. I did look up Schmid, by the way. I like Schmid, but maybe it was like his tones seemed a little bit duller at times that I will like, but he was still obviously excellent. Hot Hat. I will check them out. Schmid was like, I still really like Schmid's work. Amazing artist. I felt like he worked a little bit less vibrantly than I would have preferred, though. You know, and it doesn't bother me, Jan. I just, you know, I'm trying to avoid that as like a... Some people don't realize that it can be... It's not necessarily a bad thing, and it's just kind of like a natural thing for paints, but if I could avoid it with just by adding aluminum stearate, I would like to. Well, some of my paints are pretty stiff. The Pyrrols get pretty stiff. Quinacridone can. The lead can too. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for letting me know that. Now, it wasn't like, it didn't seem terrible, but let me know if it progresses further, because that's what I'm really trying to avoid, where it like has problems coming out of the tube. Pyrrol, I have a Pyrrol paint like that, but like going through the machine will probably help that. Thank you, Lynn. Oh, you're talking about pot hash. Yeah. Yeah, I tend to like, well, this is why I like Monet so much, Ron, is because like Monet didn't really seem to give a fudge about, see, like, I admire when I really get the sense that people were doing what they wanted to do in painting. Like, I just really, obvious passion really appeals to me. It really appeals to me. Yeah. I mean, they will, you know, there's just a certain situation that I've run into with lead and bismuth that where it like gets stuck in the tube, it separates so much, yeah, and that's why I had to use palette knives for these, because these ones separated so much that I have to like scoop them out, you know, and that's what I'm trying to avoid on the paints that I sell, especially if they sit around for a while. Yeah, right. All right, our palette for today is well, thank you, Lynn. We have titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow medium, pyrrole scarlet, ultramarine blue, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, quinacridone magenta, phthalo blue, buoyant umber. We just made a big batch of of quinacridone magenta. Or I just made a big batch this weekend. Get your quinacridone today, everybody. Frankly, everybody should have every color that I offer, because they're just that good. You're talking about the people with passion, Ron, or the people who are oh yeah, I need this. Could you actually elaborate on that? Ooh. Oh. Like an old-timey one, like one of the OG ones. All right, my perfectly upkept brushes that are just so pristine and clean and in wonderful shape, everybody. You won't find brushes in better condition than mine. You won't do it. All right, good enough. Yeah, I think though, like with the current, in the context of the modern setting, you know, you can get exposure, like I'm streaming, right? Nope. Always inside of the box. Pretentious Kraken. Always inside of the box. I think I need to nail down this background color. I put up a... So the angle... Still glaring. So it's still hitting. I couldn't reach up and block the entirety of that window. I was hoping where I could reach to would be enough. I'm gonna need to make some more impasto medium. Mid-tone. Before you go back to painting, do you oil your canvas? I saw someone on YouTube say to do that. No, I don't. It's called oiling out, Maddie. I think that is more of an issue with people who use solvents, Maddie. Is that where I want it to be? It seems a little bit too blue. Not long. Lynn, if you check out Lynn, you could figure it out in a week. I have done several streams. If you look on my YouTube channel, Lynn, and go to the playlist, you'll see color mixing streams. And there I explain to you what my my process is. I'm not an alcohol drinker. I don't do it. I mean, I will, but very infrequently. That's maybe. Do I need a little bit more warmth? We're gonna see how this works out. Maybe a little bit more. You prefer cannabis? Yeah, I've actually never smoked weed either. I'm what you call a massive party degenerate. Okay? I don't smoke weed. I actually never tried it. So I'm obviously just the life of a party. Is that too yellow? You're fun enough. Well, thank you, Lynn. Trying to get all this paint off the side so I don't waste it. We're gonna see how this looks as we dial this in. Wonder if that needs to go. This might be too yellow. That's true, Ron. That is true. You're goddamn adorable, Ron. But also, getting back to that, Ron, your work was exceptional. I was really impressed. Doesn't my name make sense? My name should make sense to you, Ron. I'm what we call in the biz a hack. All right, everybody? I'm what we call in the biz a hack. Not a glare. Yeah, please do, Ron. A con, a swindler, a bamboozler, your ragtime fellow, your honky-tonk boy, a butcher. Thank you, Ron. I do. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Lynn, I've never told a lie in my life. A ne'er-do-well. Yep. Wonder if this will show glare less, doing it that or vertically. Usually it's better to do horizontal brush strokes for glare, but I've light coming from the top now. Maddie, I've never lied to you. Name one. I have no idea what you're talking about, Lynn. Lynn, you're hysterical. Don't you moan me like a lunch now? Your name. I don't know, Lynn. That value is off, or that's how the paint's drying. Your channel name, dude. Yeah, I'm painting badly. It's that's why I named myself that. You are a fucker, Maddie. That is empirically true.
Oh my glob.
A lie. JRQ, Lynn. JRQ. I wonder if this does start to lean a little bit more blue on this side. Hi, Martin. How you doing, bud? Let's go a little bit more of the cold blue. Maybe a smidge more. Hit white. Nice to see you too, Martin. Hope you've been well, bud. Don't you want me like I want? Don't you need me like I need you now? Just meet me. I don't know. I don't know. God, that show was good. That and Steven Universe, you don't really realize what you had until it's gone. I never saw the movie, I only watched the show. God, what is it? Was it such a cute show and like and such a meaningful show. Oh shit. Maybe I'll check it out, Maddie. Maybe I will check it out. I have to say though, I've gotten so bored with like a lot of TV and movies. And I don't know if that's just me like getting older and getting more more like everything sucks, but like boy, is there not a lot of stuff that I enjoy watching anymore. Yeah, same, Lynn. I don't have cable. I just have internet. I do enjoy watching sports, though. I still enjoy watching sports. It's just I haven't found a lot of compelling TV or, like, you know, movies. Is that so, Jan? Yeah. I kind of agree with that, Lynn. It just feels like there's less and less stuff that people make with like a singular vision anymore. Like you know, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of opportunity for like filmmakers to really make something that they want to make. Once again, it kind of goes back to like why I had issues with some of the art I told you about at the art fair, where it's like I want to see somebody make something off of their own vision, but like because everything is like min-maxed now, it just does not give as many good opportunities, I think, for people who want to make something that's theirs. Yep, I agree. There's one direct, I mean, there's a few still out there. There's I believe his name is Flanagan. I need to watch more of his stuff, but I've heard good things. I think he did Midnight Mass. Robert Eggers is still getting, you know, opportunities to make films. The guy who just did Sinners seems like he'll be getting some opportunities to make more of, like, you know, something that's new and something that has like a vision. I think too much oleo gel on that. So I think this actually is gonna, I don't want to paint that pillow in there. So we're just gonna do it like this, and that needs to come down. Hopper, Grant Wood, Bellows. No Grant Wood. I don't know the other two that you mentioned, Ron. What do they make, Ron? I'm sadly not familiar. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Also, who's driving like scooters outside of the studio? That was a motorcycle that I just heard. I'm surprised y'all are still hearing that. We had some really cool guys with motorcycles. You know those. You know how like when you see somebody with like a really cool motorcycle that's really loud, you just like go out to your window to cheer them on because they're that cool. Yep, those super cool biker gangers. Yep. Huh. That sounds like something I would probably like. Yeah, well, it's an actual YouTube video that those guys made where they just like run out to the window and cheer them on. Love that one. Oh, Edward Hopper's Nighthawks? Yeah, I've seen that. I saw that in person recently, Ron. Okay, that's Edward Hopper? Okay. Yep, I'm familiar now. Hi, Silver Grains. Silver Grain. Silver Grain. How are you today? Silver, do you go to any art fairs? It's Silver Grain. You got it. Does that need to be like darker? No. Gotcha. So I did a rant at the beginning of stream. I went to an art fair. yesterday, and there's some photographers there, and I thought their prices were a bit exorbitant. Upper may be called Mean Street Red storefronts and barber pole, the Ashcan School of Painters. I'll have to do more investigation. That sounds interesting. I've been keeping an eye out for that mud, but I haven't come across that where I currently live. That's the feeling. That's the exact feeling that I was getting, Silver. Like I said, it felt like the art fair felt like a bunch of people who were like running a business and just making stuff for that reason versus what they wanted to do. I don't know. I like, maybe I'm just like wrong and I'm just like being a bit like, I understand people need to make their money. I get that. I have a lot of empathy for that, but it felt very off. Hola, TDS. Hola. Faux artists. I don't know if I'd go as far as that, Lynn. But, you know, if you're pursuing art, it feels like it kind of defeats the purpose. Now, they could be doing stuff that they want to do. I don't know. But I feel like you need to have pride in the stuff that's yours. Like, you know, so it's like, I don't know. All right, here's the summation, right? I understand you need to make stuff that can sell and that you can make money for. Completely get that. Completely am fine with that. But it bothers me when it's the entirety of their booth. So, like, what is there that you feel like that you would interpret their passion to be? And that's what I had problems finding or seeing. I guess that's the culmination of it. Yeah. That makes sense, Silver. That's an interesting term for it. Well, I want to see passion, TDS. Like I guess I'm a broken record. I want to see people doing what they enjoy to do and like to do. That's ultimately what it boils down to. Like, that's one of the greatest things that we can, like, see from another person, right? Or wonderful things we can see. As corny as that sounds, but, like, the reality is I want to see people who are doing something that they love and showing me what they love. You goddamn son of a bitch, Todd. And I, like, when I was there, I just did not get that feeling whatsoever. Even with, like, the abstract stuff, and I just, but I have a harder time connecting with abstract. I really do. So maybe there was. I could obviously be mistaken. But I felt that from, like, the woodworkers. I felt that from, like, the custom pen makers. I felt it from the statue guy. There was probably the best booth. I'm not even into sculptures and statues, but this fucker must have lugged. They had like 30 hard to move, fragile statues, wood statues that were really cool. That were really, really cool. Yeah, it's okay that if you don't like abstract, like I don't connect with it either, Todd, but you know, there a lot of people do. My sister does, who's taught me a lot about art. Well, TDS, speaking of that one, I actually have a painting subject that's going to be making fun of that exact thing. Interesting, Silver. Do you like figurative abstract like Demon Corn? Can you post a link to a painting library so I could take a look? Well, I can tell you what I'm planning, TDS. I've told other people what I'm going to be doing. I have a few props I still need to get for it. It's going to take a little bit of setup. It's probably going to be like a 4-session painting again. But I'll tell you what I have planned. I completely agree with that, Ron. See, that comes out with me through like the subjects that I set up and paint, and I just have I have yet, like, I guess the abstract I've done the black spot, which was abstract, but it's one of those things, like TDS is like, it's a tough lesson to learn, but you gotta, like, we all have to understand that people like what they like, and you can't force somebody to like what you like, right? And the fact of the matter is, abstract works connect with a lot of people, and that's great. And it's okay if you don't enjoy them either. But to empirically say one's bad or worse is not, is just kind of empirically incorrect, right? Thank you, Ron. Hot damn, Jamboree. 55. 55. Well, so, like, I only paint realism, Harper, right? As you know, right? It's what I enjoy. It's what I love. It's what I consider the pinnacle of painting skill, right? Like I talked about last stream, right? I consider impressionistic realism to be the hardest and pinnacle of skill in painting as a thing. I'm not talking art. I'm talking painting, right? But that doesn't take away, that doesn't detract, though, from things that don't use that, right? It doesn't detract necessarily from surrealism or postmodernism or modernism or abstract modernism of, dare I say, cubism. Yep, yeah, no, it's a very fair point, Mud. Very fair point. Hi, Emmanuel. How you doing, bud? A couple years ago, that was in Greenville. See, Silver, I think I would appreciate that stuff. True, Drez. True. But see, TDS, it's okay. That's perfectly reasonable, right? Like, it's just the combination of, like, understanding that we have to leave the room for, we have to have the empathy to understand that, like, what's for us is not for everybody. And I think you understand that. And I can authoritatively say this as one of the worst painters in the world. Did you? I did not see it. The library, are you? I did not see it in the chat. Yeah, I thought you could, library, but I'll look this up and myself, and I will you're gonna have to come back another stream for me to comment on that, because I'm not set up for it at the moment. Yeah, I don't care for the Mona Lisa either. I don't know, Sarah. I don't know. I don't believe you. Yeah. Well, Ron, when I saw your stuff on your site, I felt like you were doing, like, that's what you wanted to do and wanted to show people. Like, I got that distinct feeling from what I saw from you, Ron. Well, you know, we got to realize that there's also a time period context there, okay? So yes, what Leonardo da Vinci, like the Mona Lisa, might not be impressive, the things we saw at the time period it was, because of things he was doing in pioneering. There's like other aspects to it of this, right? But this is the thing, right? Things that are the first ones or the earliest ones to do it are inherently going to be more impressive than that follows. Oh, did you, Sarah? Which ones did you like? And if anybody wants a painting that's on my Etsy, I'm going to be... All right, here's the announcement again. I'm raising my prices on Etsy. However, if anybody wants something from my Etsy, message me and you'll get a viewer discount. All the flower ones, so there's a lot of them. You can get the viewer discount, which is significant. Significant. Because I'm probably going to be raising the prices on my Etsy in the next couple days. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's fair, Ron. Nice. You'll most likely need to lean into the phthalo blue silver grains for that watercolor. So the best Payne's gray that you'll combination silver that's closest to the OG is going to be quinacridone magenta, phthalo blue, probably phthalo blue, and yellow ochre. And yellow ochre will get you to the most OG Payne's gray. I mean, I'd agree with that, Jan. Always stoked me more with his notebooks and drawings and floods. Yeah, I mean, he was an incredible mind. Like, the thing about Da Vinci is he was just an absolutely incredible mind. It's not on my Etsy, TDS. I would sell it. Frankly, I'm going to list it for higher, but I would sell it TDS right now for $400 plus shipping. I would sell it for $400 plus shipping. Yeah, no, Sarah, you don't need to buy anything at the moment. you got some expenditures on the way. Prussian blue is the same color as phthalo. Silver grains. Prussian blue is the same color as phthalo. It's a cold blue. What was the other one, TDS, that you were interested in again? You had the skull, the color skull, and what was the other one? Thank you, Laura. Da Vinci. I could do that, Sarah. You ever shipped to... Yeah, I have. I could ship to Canada. I could probably ship you a painting to Canada for roughly $40. 40 US dollars. Possibly cheaper, but I'd get you the best rate that I could get. My Etsy name is BNTWB, but oil paintings, but I can post a link. Can somebody do exclamation point Etsy? Thank you. So if basically if they charge you a high shipping cost in Etsy, I will refund you the difference. But I will find the best cost for it. That's my Etsy link in YouTube. How, Ron? You're talking about for shipping to Canada for that price? So there's a company I've been using called Pirate Shipping, Ron. That painting tariff, yeah, right? There's a company called Pirate Shipping that if you use a small enough box for a lot of stuff, and you keep it under a certain weight, you can ship for a very reasonable amount. So I ship, for example, my I could I shipped my box of oil paints to the UK for $25. I do not have a TARDIS. I'm working on that. So Ron, I could send you the link to Pirate Shipping. Now they usually go by weight, but there's also size restrictions on that. So like, you know, I can't promise that shipping cost, but I will do everything in my power.
Fart in your general direction.
Oh, son of a bitch, Jan. Do you not like Pirate Shipping, or is that just a joke on the pirates? I'm working on the teleporter TARDIS situation, TDS. Ron, so Ron, I've shipped with them now 7 times. I've shipped to New Zealand, the UK, Canada with them. Multiple times to Canada, multiple times to UK, New Zealand once. And I think I did with, yeah, in Australia. And tracking is a little odd, but it got there in reasonable time for exceptional prices. Yeah, and my moderator in Twitch has shipped to Norway using them too. That's true, TDS. That's true. What was that? Osito. Osito, you wanna know something funny? Or Osito? My sister and my my niece's nickname for me is Osito. They actually call me Osito. So I like your name a lot. Girl in a plant? Okay. I will check that out, Library. Library, are you in the Discord? Or do you have a Discord, Library? Because I have a Discord for this stream where you can see like when I announce when I'm streaming and stuff. But we also have a section where you could share your favorite artists and post links to that stuff and like share with everybody. So when you do, let me know and I can get you the invite to the Discord. And That's not right. Oh, thank you, Lynn. That is for sale. That is for sale, Lynn. I'll give you a terrible price. Wait, sorry. I meant I'll give you a great price. Right? That's what we're supposed to say? Great price? Not terrible? Welcome back, Todd. I'll give you a great price. See, these colors just not doing it for me. I wonder if they just go way more orange than what I'm seeing. Terrible, but great. Hi, Fox Girl. Fox Girl, I remembered. You got a second for me to rant at you? Like a lunatic? That color I don't like. What am I seeing? What am I seeing? You got a second to listen to the raving, the ravings of a lunatic? Yep, you didn't have to, Foxgirl. Unfortunately, I don't have that command here, but do you need the link again, Lynn? Here. That's true. All right, Foxgirl. So, if you have the ability to search Google, I want you to search an artist named Lautrec, Lautrec. Lautrec. Oh, gotcha, Lynn. You might even be familiar with him. Lautrec is very interesting. Gotcha, Lynn. Toulouse, I believe so. Yes, that one. That is correct, Foxgirl. There's a painting that I was thinking of when you were talking about your shrooms. Your dastardly shrooms yesterday. And there's a painting that I think has the visual effect that could work particularly well for what what was discussing. Well, thank you, Lynn. I did that a while ago. I was happy I did it though. She's a real one.
Brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink, you oh, I do stink. All right, fine. Point taken. All right, so there's a painting, Foxgirl. You know what? I can search this myself. I have a keyboard now, everybody. I have a keyboard. This one, there we go. Okay. 1 second, I'll post it to all the chats so everyone can see what I'm talking about. Okay, so go to this link. Here you go. This is what I'm talking about, chat. This painting. This painting in person is a stunner. Obviously, there are things I don't like about this painting. However, there's a very important concept that was very well executed in this painting. Well, and that's what I'm talking about, Fox Girl. Okay. So, you see how that visual effect is so... This painting all derives around the visual effect of the brightness and color contrast of that face relative to everything else. Right? So in person, when I walked by this one, it was at the Art Institute of Chicago. When I walked past this, that face was glowing, and it's the first thing you fucking saw. And it's like a jump scare almost, like it really was, especially going from room to room. And but that contrast is so intense, and it really does the job of a visual effect through a painting, right? So that's how I was kind of describing the idea I was proposing to you, is that you would do something similar using the underglow of those mushrooms you were painting, right? To that extent, though. And you could change them. You could have mushrooms with different colors, one light, one cooler, one warmer, right? You could change that up, but then contrasting hard with like dark shadows of a contrasting color to the glow of the shrooms. So for example, if you had a warm yellowish light, the shadow that you would use for those things would be a deep dark purple to add that contrast. And if you had a bluish one, you would do like a burnt umber or a dark orange, dark reddish orange, right? As you can make it to heighten those contrasts between the two. Not to mention you could have kind of some shape play as well. But what this also does is it can enhance the color saturation effects that you have. So once again, looking at this painting, right? We all focus on the face of the lady. But notice like the yellow hair, and notice how the oranges on the left of the painting stick out quite a bit. But what does this do is it adds to the overall effect of the blue, cool brightness of that face to the warm tones on the left side. And it works, they work in conjunction together. So there's also some visual effects here of color saturation and not just value here. But notice how like he only used like pure black in this painting in like two spots. On the bright faced woman, he used basically pure black in some small parts there. And onto the left of the orange haired lady's hat in the shadow above, there's pure black. But notice how they are by some of the strongest color and value contrast going on there that add to those specific regions of the painting and make it pop even more selectively. I told you this is rantings and ravings of a lunatics, all right? There are no refunds here. None of you are getting your entrance fees back, okay? You're going to listen to this. That's what I saw. That's your no refunds. Hi, Sashi. I said good day. So, and unfortunately, compositionally, that's something that is not very great on this. There are not really strong light effects in this, and I probably could have done that with something not that difficult to do. You hate it here, I hate it here. And like, don't feel like you need to. I know you don't feel like this, but I apologize if it's coming on strongly. But this was my intent to try and explain what I was proposing as an idea. Okay? I will not take offense if you don't like that idea or disregard it or don't do it. But I'm also happy to talk about it if you wanted to explore that further. Which one is it, Sashi?
in your general direction.
Oh my God, Sashi. Gassy Sashi. I'm happy to, if anybody has any questions about that, like, concept or philosophy, but this is something that I think if most of you have seen artworks, that you're aware of these concepts subconsciously at the very least. I think one of the best people at doing visual effects in a painting in that style is Anders Zorn. He has a lot of paintings with a high focus on specific visual effects in his compositions. Not all of them, but he has, once he kind of hit his stride on a lot of those, it really started to show. Yeah, Zorn's palette sucks, but he was a fucking amazing painter. Yeah, Chiaroscuro is like kind of like the foundation of it, right, Ron? Nobody better switch to the Zorn palette. Caravaggio, the murderer. The Zorn palette is not great. Yeah, I would say he probably rarely used it mud, but there are definite paintings where he did. Ugh, that's just disgusting, Fox. So you can't even do lead with acrylic. The Zorn palette. No, not the Zorn palette. It does not bring me joy either, Sashi. I just get tormented with it. Every time I think, like, you know what, I'm going to do the Zorn palette. We'll see how this goes. And then I'm doing it. I'm like, oh, I remember why I hate this so much. Zorn porn. Sometimes, well, Sashi, it's the itch. I get the itch of like a paint pervert, right? You know, as a clinically diagnosed paint pervert, I get the itch to be like, you know what, I could make Zorn work today and maybe find some joy, and that's just, it never happened. You better not, Maddie. As a clinically diagnosed paint pervert, class 1. Yeah, well, I at times I feel like I should be able to like do more with it than I can. It could be a skill issue too. Yeah, no, that's exactly it, TDS. Yeah, well, you can make a fantastic 4-color palette. You can. You can make a great 4-color palette. It would be, I would have to choose titanium white for in the current sense. It'd be titanium white, bismuth vanadate, yellow lemon, pyrrole red, and for realism, ultramarine blue. But you could get away with making that phthalo blue. 15, like pigment number 15:3, the green. You could do green shade phthalo blue or ultramarine blue. The green shade gets you greens. Ultramarine blue is much easier within the palette. So it's probably more effective to just use phthalo in that context. We all need realism, Sashi. Umabashi. I need this.
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. No. No! What the fuck? I'm having problems seeing a color, everybody.
Boo this man!
No!
Grab the children! Save the children!
I hate two of those pigments, Ron. Alizarin Crimson is a pigment you should throw away. Windsor Yellow is traditionally, I believe, made from Hansa Yellow, which is not a good pigment either. But Titanium White, a Lemon Yellow, so Cadmium Lemon Yellow or Bismuth Vanadate Lemon Yellow. Pyrrole Red, which is the same as Cadmium Red, color-wise. And then either Ultramarine Blue or Phthalo Blue, but Phthalo Blue, that's 15:3 pigment. You could do what you want, Sashi. Pigment snob. How is that snobbish? Good. Good, Lynn. Now, Alizarin Crimson is not light fast. You should avoid using it. There are one of the best pigments out there, Quinacridone Magenta, is a perfectly reasonable alternative that companies offer, and you should avoid using non-light fast pigments in general. You ought to avoid using non-light fast pigments. Ought to. You think that offends me? Jan, I'm a Packers fan who lives in Chicago. You think that bothers me? Is that what I want to do with that? Ugh.
Boo this man!
Okay. How dare you boo me? How dare you? How could you boo what has no shame? Oh, really? I go high saturation to the max, Ron. High saturation and light fastness is where what I think is the most effective for palettes. This is not it. This is not it. This color. I'm going way too much warm. But I'm afraid. I'm afraid, everybody. I'm terrified. Hot damn, Ron. Good for you. I also like to live dangerously. Have a good one, Lynn. Thanks for stopping by. I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky. I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. Gotta be free, gotta be mean, gonna be everything more. Why don't you like me, why don't you like me, yeah. Walk out the door. Don't you love when a plan doesn't come together? It's just the best. It is. That might move, maybe? I don't know. I think this color is working, though. This is more in the right range. Methinks. Am I just ignoring the blues? I got the blues, Kraft macaroni and cheese. The greatest song ever written, everybody. The Kraft macaroni and cheese blues. I haven't had Kraft macaroni and cheese in... God, it was probably college. Ba 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 blues. It's been a while. You get offended by that, Jan? I have not tried Cheetos mac and cheese. I'm not like, if I'm in a mac and cheese mood, I'll make myself pasta. Because what I've been, Bob Hope song? Not familiar with that one, Ron. Old Blue's Eyes. Old Blue Eyes. Well, I do know Bob Hope. Highfalutin. I think if you're offended, well, maybe actually. Is it, Jan, is it because it's a waste of lobster? What's your issue here? Let's expand on this. That's not it.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. Okay, so it's the concept, you're offended that they would waste lobster on mac and cheese. That seems like it's too orange and not dark enough. All right, Jan, what about this though? What about lobster on poutine? What about lobster on poutine? Hi, Omizu. Bing Crosby. I imitate Bing Crosby all the time on this stream run. Okay, all right. Good to know, Jan. Poutine. I've got the blues. I realize I've been sitting here in silence. I don't even have my podcast on. Baba Boo. Well, I sing the Silver Grain song, Ron Johnson. The Silver Grains. Silver Grains. It's a song I sing regularly. It gets stuck in my head. It's silver grains. You got it. Hear them ring. Lobster fried rice is okay, Jan, but you have problems with macaroni and that's kind of odd. That's a weird. That seems like a double standard to me. You might have, Sashi. I think this is just you don't like mac and cheese that much. Still ammo, Mizu. Jan, but like, have you seen the business McDonald's does? Jan, you said you got McDonald's today, okay? So I want you to think about that statement while considering your McDonald's consumption. Yeah, I mean, homemade mac and cheese is great. Listen, I'm not here to be called out on my... Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. So you didn't eat McDonald's. Okay. All right. I retract that criticism. But Jan, all right. So Jan, do you have any guilty pleasure foods? Both are very good. Like, what are your guilty like? I have like guilty pleasure that I hate myself for is a Taco Bell. I always almost hate it when I eat it, but I keep on coming back. Do you TDS? Yeah. I always regret it because I hate Taco Bell nacho cheese that they put in shit. Pisses me off. And I always forget some of the things I order has it in there. Well, I want you to be aware, Jan, that that top tier is a societal construct there. Oh, did you? Interesting, TDS. No, I get that, but that's just a societal construct. It changes with the time period. Yeah, I could do it. Yeah, I agree with you on that, TDS. Yeah, soon. I bet it would. Well, I mean, all that stuff has crazy amounts of salt because people will come back for that. Because usually when people cook, they undersalt, they underseason quite a bit. So, like, it adds like an intensity to the flavor that they're not. A lot of people aren't accustomed to. Yeah. To be brain crack, yeah. Baba boo. All right. I shall investigate. I'm not saying they're invalid. I just think it's like, you know, there's a huge element of subjectivity in the statements, right? How do you keep background colors from mixing with foreground colors if you're doing wet on wet? You don't. You just have to paint over it with a fuckload of paint, Todd. You just have to just paint over it until it's there. That's it. It's not a satisfying answer, but that's how you do it. Hear them ring. Honestly, Todd, I would practice, if you intend to paint Alla Prima, I would practice it. I would not wait for it. I would recommend that you just work through it and figure it out how it works for you. Well, I mean, sometimes you have to paint thick into thick, Maddie, and then you just have to really just go for it. Thick into thick. With the fixins. Will this work? I tried a thick over thick recently and it failed hard, but it was a large amount. Yeah, I mean, it's not... You get... I mean, you just have to know... Like, if you expect it, it's not as bad. You could also scrape away, Todd, some of the paint in that area. But you're generally going to have to, like, you know... I don't think that's it. What am I looking for there? So Todd, so like, here's the thing, right? So a lot of people ask me, this has come up a few times, okay? How do you avoid your paint mixing? Because they'll see me paint and they notice that it's not mixing when I paint over some areas that already have wet paint on it. So if you are, let's say you use solvent, okay? You use solvent on a layer, okay? And then you're painting over that area with more solvent paint. Those areas will mix because the level of like fluidity of the paint is similar. So they'll mix a lot more readily. So that would happen if I was painting with oil. Let's say I did a first layer with just oil, and then I had more paint mixed with the same amount of oil and I painted over it. It will have a high likelihood of mixing more, okay? However, if the layer on top of it had less medium, this is the thick over thin, right? So like I use paint on the tube, it would go over fine and it wouldn't really mix. Okay? So now the question is now what happens if my paint's as thick as possible and I need to paint over it? Well, then it will mix most likely, and you either have to scrape some away to limit the mixing, which is not that difficult to do, right? And can save you some time and probably save some paint laying out paint the next time, unless you're just doing it for that specific area. But so point being is like paint mixtures will mix with like. Okay? God, you guys got a son of a you got a glare. Yeah. Well, if the paint's already applied, do not thin it out there, Todd. Do not add medium to paint that's already been applied. That's going to be a no from me, dog. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah. So Todd, you know how I do my block-ins? The first layer is with thinned paint with oil. You know what I'm saying, Todd? So then when you paint over it, you just use thicker paint. Yeah. That's true, Omizu. That is very true. Yeah, those are probably too bright. It's silver green. Yeah. I think those need to be a little bit darker, but this one probably doesn't. That's too much. Let's go over that. I can extend that. Dark. How long have I been going for? 2 hours? I guess I haven't been painting for 2 hours, though. Two? It's 35 minutes, Maddie. Oh. I get no benefit of the doubt here. I get no benefit of the doubt here. I get no respect. That's my one Rodney Dangerfield impression. Good day. Gall! Maybe we should do some trivia today. We could do some more word association trivia, everybody. I could think of obscure movies to torment you all with. He was good. He was very good. We've mind melded, Sarah. We've mind melded. Have fun, Todd. Maddie, can you type in exclamation point next ad for me? If you don't mind. 11 minutes. It's too bad. Too bad. I since you mind, I was gonna give you an oily point for that, but you minded, so I don't think it'd be fitting. That's right, Frankie. I'm hilarious. I'm like as funny as Jerry Lewis in France. I wonder who will understand that joke. I know. All right, let's take a break. All right, everybody, time for the 5 S's. When we come back after a word from our sponsors, Zima, AutoZone, Denny's, D-Wipes, Honey, Mr. Beast. I did Omizu. RC Cola. The North Korean, the Democratic Republic of North Korea's army. We'll probably do some trivia. All right. All right. With that, we'll see everybody in approximately 5 minutes. 5 minutes. All right, see you then. god, we're back. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're back, everybody. Did we do it? Did we get it done? You tell me. Welcome back. No, not yet. I mean, I'm still existing, aren't I, Emmy? And existing is suffering. How are you, Emmy? I'll try not to. Omizu. Wait, what the fuck? Ads? God damn it. I thought ads were going. God, son of a bitch. Existence is pain. I thought I just saw the ads going. I was... Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Why would this happen to me? All right, we're waiting for 2 minutes and 30 seconds for ads. So, how about those local sports teams, YouTube? And subscribers. And just so everybody knows, if you're not subscribed on Twitch, you're seeing the ads right now. So you could just subscribe. You could subscribe on Twitch and not watch those ads. All right? You could subscribe on Twitch. You could also get a membership on YouTube. Both help. For when I get ads on YouTube, because they will be coming, everybody. That I could be being punished for that, Amizu. All right? If you become a member on YouTube, you won't ever have to watch ads. Ever. On my channel. Okay? All right, everybody? So if you become a member on YouTube, you can watch those you don't have to watch those currently non-existent ads. Think about how good of a deal that is. Not yet. Yeah. But think about how good of a deal it currently is. Ads are almost done. Sorry about that. I fucked up the ad situation. Why would Greenbag do this? Why would Greenbag do this? All right, welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Did they run twice? Did my stream go down for some reason? No, it doesn't look like it did. Did you, Sashi? So maybe I wasn't crazy. I thought I saw ads. How did that happen? They just ran ads twice out of nowhere? Sashi, did you get 2 rounds of ads recently? Well, is it yes or no, Sashi? Do you know or no? Okay. Yeah, all right. Let's get back to it. All right, who's in for trivia? Who's in for some word association trivia? Good, Sarah, good. Anyone else in for trivia? For word association trivia? Damn it, Mud. Oh, that's true. That's true. All right. All right, so this is word association trivia. I'm going to say words to either a movie or to pigment. And I'll give you a single word, 2-word, 3-word clues. And if you get it right, you get an oily point, everybody. Hi, digital DAC. Digital DAC. There we go. I said it right. Okay, so let me think of. All right. This one's a movie. This one's a movie. Okay? First clue is medieval. No worries, digital. Dak. I'm just gonna call you Dak. First clue is medieval. Dragonheart, no. Or not do. I'm not gonna do Dragonheart twice in a row. The D&D movie, nope. Army of Darkness, nope. Highlander, nope. Next clue. Next clue. Aliens. I'm not gonna lie, this is a hard one. I'm not gonna lie. This is a hard one. Highlander 2, nope. Not Highlander 2, the greatest movie of all time. All right, no other guesses? Next clue. Dynasty. Dynasty. What can it be? What can it be? Mulan? Nope. The first clue was medieval. Second clue was aliens. Third clue is dynasty. Dynasty. How does Mulan fit in with aliens? Come on. This movie's obscure, but it did get a wide release. It did. I saw this film in theaters. That's another little clue. You got nothing? Next clue. I think I gotta make it easier, so I'm gonna give you this clue. Matt Damon. Matt Damon. Nothing? Still? Matt Damon. Nothing. Okay. Thor? Nope. I mean, the first clue was medieval. Then it was aliens. Then it was dynasty. And then it was Matt Damon. Still nothing, huh? Okay. This is probably not going to help anybody either. Pedro Pascal. Pedro Pascal. The Last of Us? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I gotta lean in to obscure everybody. I'm sorry. Nope, not Outlander. All right, the last clue I'll give. I'll say the last clue is this film was extremely successful in China. Nothing. Interesting. I wonder if any of you will even remember this film now. River comes where the water flows. Make a guess, digital dick. Make a guess. The Manchurian Candidate? Nope. Ooh, did I stump everybody? All right, this is now worth 5 points. This is now worth 5 points. Can you dig it? River comes where the water flows. No one knows where the backhand goes. Any other guesses? Shall we move along? Should we just move along? The name of the movie is, and will be revealed after a word from our sponsors. All right, now that the ads are done, the name of the movie is The Great Wall. The Great Wall. A movie where Matt Damon and Pedro Pascal help defend the Great Wall from an invasion of aliens. Badly made paints. It's not, Sarah. Look it up. It's a real movie. I saw it in theaters. Blue 0024. That's right, Dak. I saw that in theaters, baby. All right. How you doing, Blue? We're doing trivia. I did not. It actually wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen in my life, because the sets were insane and the costumes were insane. Just utterly insane. There was like real money in this film. But I think part of the controversy is they got like Chinese government money. I might have. Not in China though. All right. Next one. All right, that's 5 points for me because you guys all got it wrong. That's 5 points for me. What should I spend my points on? Okay, next question. First clue is CGI.
Boo this man!
CGI. Don't boo me. CGI. Jurassic World, nope. Avatar, nope. No one knows where the back end goes. River flows where the water goes. No one knows where the back end goes. Lego Movie, nope. Space Jam, nope. Lawnmower Man, no, it's not Lawnmower. Good one, Sarah. Narrows it down, I know. Inception, nope. Ghostbusters, nope. All right, next clue is David Bowie. David Bowie. I'm falling in love with your husband, Sarah. Contact? Nope. Labyrinth? Nope. Not Labyrinth. What CGI was in Labyrinth? The Prestige? Nope. Labyrinth? Nope. It's a great bulge. It's a great bulge. All right. Next clue is gaming. Gaming. Basquiat. Gaming is the next clue. Michael Clay. River comes where the water flows. The Wizard? Nope. Nope, not that. Definitely not that. Ender's Game? Nope. The Man Who Fell to Earth? Nope. And the Man Who Sold the World. We passed on the stand. Oh, really? That's a good name. That's a good name for a dog. It's a good name for a dig. You like digs? Well, you know David Bowie wrote that song, Sarah. David Bowie wrote the Man Who Sold the World. He does a very good version of it. Nirvana covered it. Nirvana covered it. Zoolander? Understand. Made my way back home. Arthur? Nope. All right, next clue. Next clue. Alliance. Alliance. Rocket Man? No. Not Rocket Man. Silvergains is correct! The World of Warcraft movie. The World of Warcraft movie. You may be thinking to yourself, well, what the fuck does David Bowie have to do with World of Warcraft movie? You may be thinking to yourself, Badly, you're an asshole. You're a liar. Bowie had nothing to do with it, but he did. His son directed the World of Warcraft movie. David Bowie's son directed the World of Warcraft movie. It's like Duncan Jones, I think his name is. Or the name he goes by, Duncan Jones, something like that. Next one. Silvergrains gets a point. Silvergrains gets a point. Yep. I know, TDS. And you might be asking yourself, why do I know this? And I have no explanation. I have no explanation for this. Okay. Next question. Made my way back home. All right, let me think of one. Who? Okay, I got a good one. All right, we're gonna go with Emancipation. Emancipation. Abe Lincoln Vampire Hunter. I have watched that film. You know, that would have been a good... That is a fantastic guess, though. Out of the blue. All right. Next clue is... That's a good guess. That's a good guess, Sarah. Next clue is Hobbit. 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 Made my way back home. Lord of the Rings, no. All right. We're doing word association trivia. Fugu, the first one was Emancipation. The second one was Hobbit. Hobbit. All right, next one is it's a good one for this. 2005 King Kong, nope. I should have thought about my clues a little bit in advance. I had the first two. Yeah. All right. Seinfeld. Seinfeld is the next guess. Or next clue. Seinfeld. Wow, he fucking directed this film? E.T., nope. B movie, nope. It's not the fucking B movie. The second most erotic film ever made. It was, first clue was Emancipation, then it was, Hobbits. Or Hobbit. And third clue was Seinfeld. Seinfeld. Any guesses? I told you this one was kind of a hard one. October Sky, nope. Dude, you're talking to a guy, you're talking to a Chicagoan. That's a normal lunch. That's true, Jamboree. Next clue is Perfect Parents. Perfect Parents. Goonies, nope. Seinfeld doesn't work, but that kind of works in other places. Not a bad guess. Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, nope. Stuart Little, nope. Gremlins, nope. This movie was released in 94, I think it said 94. Mid-90s. Mid-90s, everybody. Made my way back home. Maddie was an egg, true. Exorcist, nope. Hi, Burger. How you doing, bud? Willow, nope. Not Willow. Nope. Pretty Woman, nope. The last clue, we're doing word associations with movies, Burger. So I'm giving like a few word clues and then people are guessing the films. So this one was Emancipation, Hobbit, Seinfeld, then Perfect Parents. And then I also said it was from the mid-90s. All right. I'll give one last like clue. This is more than a few words, but it was a family movie that ended up being very creepy, not for like horror reasons, but just the premise. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? No. Mrs. Doubtfire? That's a good guess. Because that movie does not age well whatsoever. But that is incorrect. The Parent Trap? Nope. Santa Claus? Nope. Oh, I got one last clue. I did on purpose. Sleepaway Camp? No, the last clue is Cardinal. Cardinal. That's a good clue. I'm a genius. I'm a genius, everybody. That clue is fantastic. Not sure, Todd. Small Soldiers? Nope. Doubt? Nope. Remember, I said it's from the mid-90s, TDS. Made my way back home. The Sandlot? Nope. Are we giving up? I'll make it worth 5 points if somebody gets it in the next 30 minutes. 30 seconds. Rudy? Nope. I'll give 5 points if you get the next 30 seconds. My Girl? No. It's not My Girl. Somebody brought up My Girl last time, right? American Pie? No. Burger doesn't know. Have I stumped everybody again? The answer is, and will be revealed after a word from our sponsors. My Perfect Brother? Nope. The movie is... Are you sure you all want to find out? Are you sure? All right, the movie is... Should I reveal it? The movie is North. North.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Starring Elijah Wood, who plays a child who gets emancipated from his parents, where he then gets courted by other parents who want to adopt him as he becomes like a worldwide phenomenon. It's a very creepy premise. His parents were played by Jason Alexander and Julia Louis-Dreyfus. And once again, it was a child Elijah Wood. Child Elijah Wood. Oh, no shit, Sarah. Mad Obscure? I don't know. That had a wide release when I was growing up. Like, I mean, it's obscure because it's bad, but at the time it was like, for like, at some points it was a part of the zeitgeist. I'm 36, Sarah. 36. All right, next question. I was born in 88. Made my way back home. All right, next question. Next movie. No worries, Pickles. Thank you. Can you give Silver Grains a point before you leave? I have not seen The Good Son, Blue. I have a sister born in 84, Sarah. I have a sister born in 82, 84, and 86. My brother was born in 80. All right, next question. You had 3 Ds in the ad, Pickles. All right, next movie. I'm not a twin. Nope. I'm the youngest of 5. Youngest of 5. The cursed youngest of 5. Made my way back home. Thank you, Pickles. 86 twin. That is true, Maddie. God, that glare is brutal at this time. I wonder if I could do it. So right there. All right. Next question. Let's go with... That one would just be cruel. Because nobody would have any shot at that film. The movie... Has anybody ever heard of a film called Tin Cup? Tin Cup? That's what I was momentarily considering in my head. Yes, Silver Grains? Do you think you would have gotten it? Husband says yes. Yeah, it is Kevin Costner, Jamboree. He's a golfer who's playing with like garden tools. You've seen it a bunch? Interesting. I thought that one would have been cruel. Sounds good, Sarah. 2 girls, 10 cup. Oh my god, Omizu. All right. They came out around the same time, Jamboree. You know, I think I saw North at a children's birthday party where they took a bunch of us to a movie theater. Yeah, very much agreed, Silver. All right. Let me think of another one. Let's go with... Okay. This one, I'd be shocked if nobody got this one. I'd be shocked, I tells you. Shocked. All right. First clue is Princess Bride. Princess Bride. Saw? Nope. Criminal Minds? Nope. Saw? Nope. All right, next clue is... Chastity. Chastity. My Dinner with Andre. No. Chastity. You're the second one to guess My Dinner with Andre, Omizu. This is a movie, TDS. Forrest Gump, no. There it is, Fugu. Fugu gets it right. Fugu. Robin Hood Men in Tights. One of the greatest films ever created. A masterpiece of modern cinema. Chastity, because Maid Marian was wearing a chastity belt. Circumcision's half off today. Yeah. Oh, there you go. See, I wasn't sure if Chastity. Now, Princess Bride kind of gave away Carrie Hughes pretty easily, but I still think, you know, I didn't have like another good lead off. Love that movie, TDS. Saw it in theaters when I was a kid. Probably too young. So funny though. A young Dave Chappelle. Before he was like an asshole crazy person. Achoo. God bless you. No, not Abe Lincoln. I meant Hey Blinken. Yeah. There was a few that you could have gone with. All right. Let's see. All right, next question. We owe Fugu a point. We'll get that when we get mods in here. Next movie is... We're men in tights. Tights. The night is young and you're so glamorous. Sorry, all right, sorry. The song's stuck in my head. Let's see. Let's go with Monty Python. Well, now I can't use a Monty Python. Well, that's a good one to fool all you. Fool all of you. Thank you, Shasta. What's a good one to fool everybody? The night is young and you're so glamorous. Oh, okay. All right. First clue. First clue is remake. Remake. Men in Shites. Remake. Taking a Pelham 123. Nope. It's interesting what like movies are in people's head. I like this because you get to see what like people are like. What's in somebody's kind of personal memory? Assault on Precinct 13? No. The Thing? Nope. Good guess though, because I do know that it was based off of the movie The Thing from Another World, which I owned on DVD. Death Race? Nope. On digital video disc. Digital video disc. I also saw the OG Death Race 2000 in high school with David Carradine and Sly. All right, next clue. Is the Rockford Peaches. Rockford Peaches. Major League? Nope. Mad Max? Nope. Showgirls? No. A League of Their Own? Nope. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? Nope, but I have used that movie as a trivia question before. Next clue is... This will be a little obscure, but we'll see if people catch on. Dead Zone. Dead Zone. $20,000 Leagues, 2,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Nope. It is 20,000, right? I thought 2,000 sounded wrong. All right, next clue. Next clue is disgusting. Disgusting. Metal Gear Solid 4. We're talking about movies. The night is young and you're so glamorous. Oh, there it is. Silvergrain's got it. Silvergrain's got it. The Fly. The Fly, everybody. My man boobs. Well, I was curious if somebody was going to key in on The Dead Zone directed by Cronenberg. Garbage Pail Kids would have been a good poll for some things. So the clues remake. The Fly is a remake of another film. What's it? League of Their Own. Gina Davis is in League of Their Own, and The Fly. Dead Zone was directed by David Cronenberg, who directed The Fly. And what's it? And disgusting, because it's one of the most disgusting movies you'll ever see. Elgrim the Elder, thank you for the follow. Fun trivia note. I've said this before, but I'll give anybody an additional point if they can name who produced The Fly. Who produced The Fly? Additional point for anybody who produced The Fly. Your dad? That is incorrect, Jan. Good, Elgrim, good. You should follow me. It is something very unexpected to the point that it fooled the media and fooled a lot of people who initially saw the film. Yep, no, you're right, Silvergrains. It was Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks produced The Fly. And apparently the story goes that it fucked with a lot of like media outlets and people who went to go see it. Oh, nice, Elgrim. Where from? And who were expecting like a comedy, like a Mel Brooks comedy, and then they got The fucking Fly. All right. Next question. Call me Brundlefly. Let's go with... What's a good one? What's a good one? Nice. I grew up in Arlington Heights, Elgrim. I grew up in Arlington Heights. I live in Rockford currently. The night is young and you're so glamorous. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go with... Thanks, bud. I appreciate it. I completely agree. And Silvergrains, The Fly is one of the like better paced films you'll ever see. Cronenberg is a good director. He is a good director, but boy, can he really make some fucked up visuals. It is a empirically excellently made movie. Like, it really is. Oh, this one is... I don't know if I have enough good clues for this one, though. I was gonna do Jacob's Ladder. I just don't have enough good clues for that one. Most people probably don't know that film though. Weird fucking film. Really? Wait, which one? Jacob's Ladder? I actually didn't know that. Huh. Because I forgot the woman. Who's the woman, the gorgeous woman in that film who passed away kind of recently? What was her name again? It's like Regina Perez or something like that. What was her name? I'm confusing. I'm not confusing with Rosie Perez. Elizabeth Pena. Yeah. All right. Next clue will be. All right. If I'm going to just lay this out there, if anybody gets this right, well, I don't know if I have enough clues for it. I don't remember this film well, but I want to use this film too. God damn it. Somebody, I think I'd have to give clues or it'd be too blatant to somebody who knows it. I could, but I try to do this out the top of my head. The movie I was thinking of was Dunstan Checks In. Dunstan Checks In, everybody. Oh shit, this is a good one. All right, I got the next movie. We're gonna go with drones. Drones. B movie. Nope. It's not the goddamn B movie. Drones. I hope I remember this movie well enough. It will never be the B movie. I'm gonna snooze that for this question. Snooze the ads. First clue is drones. Batteries not required? Nope. No, it is not the Olympus's fault. Todd, I'd be surprised if you have seen this film. But for some reason, this movie was like around where I saw it like multiple times. I don't remember it fantastically. Titanic? Nope. Next clue is Hook. Hook. It's not The Glove, nope. Sphere? Nope, not Sphere. Peter Pan? Nope. Next clue. Robots. Robots. Not the Book of Eli. First clue was drones. Second clue was hook. Third clue was robots. Batteries not included. Nope. iRobot. Nope. Already guessed. Batteries not included. Already guessed. And I do hope I'm remembering this correctly. But I'm pretty sure. AI, nope. Would it be that? I got a good trivia on AI. I might have talked about before. Terminator 3, nope. Rain Man, nope. All right. Let's go with... God, I think this other person's in it. I think. Wall-E, nope. 2001: A Space Odyssey. I'm gonna roll with it that this person's in it. I apologize if they're not, or the person that this is referencing, but we're gonna do Addams Family 2. Addams Family 2. There it is, Silver Grains! Silver Grains! Ah! Damn, you're good. Toys. The movie is Toys. I was right, Joan Cusack was in it, right? Joan Cusack was in Toys? Joan Cusack and Robin Williams. They were both, and Robin Williams was a robot, right? And then they were like, they made like military video games where kids were actually like drone bombing areas. Good work. Good works. You get 2 for that. Silver Grains, Shasta, give Silver Grains another. I don't know why I'm so stoked on that one. I'm more happy that I was right with my clues. Really, Fugu? I haven't seen it in such a long time. The night is young. All right, good one. We're gonna wait for ads and we'll do more. Why'd you hate it so much, Fugu? I knew it is kind of a bizarre film, like aesthetically, and like, what's the right word? Like its tone was very odd. Yeah. I didn't like it growing up either, but it's not a film like I just remembered that one out of the blue. But I remember it being around a lot, like when I was a child, like it was a film that'd be on the TV and stuff like that. Like it was a part of like I keep on using this word, but like the zeitgeist for a little bit. Ad starting now. He was in a lot. I mean, like him and Jim Carrey, right? They both kind of took off for kind of similar reasons in that time period. What's interesting, though, well, I'd say Robin Williams' humor was a bit more problematic at times. But Jim Carrey's humor was never really, like, problematic. Which is kind of interesting, though, that, like, the 90s, they took off more, but they were just more... It wasn't because of, like, they were both slapsticky. The night is young and you're so glamorous. Dude, a lot of people started in Living Color, Fugu. Oh, yeah. I mean, I still go back and watch that clip where he's the karate instructor who gets stabbed a bunch. But in Living Color had all the Wayans brothers. Jamie Foxx started on In Living Color. Jennifer Lopez started on Living Color. David Alan Grier started in Living Color. There was somebody else. There's somebody else I'm missing too. You might be Todd. All right. Let's think of another one now that ads are done. Yeah, but I'm ageless. Don't remember, Todd. I get murdered all the time. I'm immortal. I'm never gonna die. Never. Fucking wrong brush. God bless America. All right. Fair enough. All right. Next clue. Next clue. Will be Let's find obscure movies that I kind of barely remember. Okay, first clue is Goldberg. Goldberg. Dazed and Confused? Nope. The night is young and you're so glamorous. Sister Act? Nope. Boy, did I see the Sister Act a lot. Being on John Malkovich? Nope. Universal Soldier? Nope. The Nuns Singing? Nope. Next clue. So we're gonna go. We're gonna go. Pervert. 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 What would I do if the word pervert was never invented? You never made a movie? Fair enough, Ron. There's something about Mary? Nope. I probably would, Todd, wouldn't I? Next clue is summer. 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 So this is word association for a movie. So Ron, so what movie fits these words? In the first guess was first clue was Goldberg. Second one was pervert. Third one is summer. Yep, exactly, Mud. Nothing? Stella? Nope. Not Stella. Next clue is... those lake blob things that you jump on and send somebody flying off of. You know what I'm talking about? That you'd see on a lake? Somebody sits on that, like, inflatable, like, thing. and then somebody jumps down and launches them. There it is. Mud's got it. Mud's got it. Heavyweights. Heavyweights, everybody. Goldberg is the goalie from Mighty Ducks who was in Heavyweights. Pervert. Ben Stiller plays a humongous pervert in the film. Humongous pervert in Heavyweights. Summer, I tried to associate that with a camp, like a summer camp. And then there's a big scene, a big fun scene where they do those blobs in the movie. All right, good one. See, now I can't do Little Giants, though. All right, next question. That in Little Giants had one of the best like bits where that one kicker kicked that kid in the balls while he's trying to kick the ball, and then the next scene that little like the little tiny kid that they use in those scenes, who's just always who's just wearing like a cup in front of like his pads and. He was a small kid. Kid was very expressive. That kid was a good actor. He was in a bunch as a kid who just like kind of screamed, kind of like Macaulay Culkin did in Home Alone. He was like Macaulay Culkin when they couldn't afford Macaulay Culkin. All right, next one will be what's a good one? 40 years old now? Jesus Christ. That's like seeing that kid, that redhead from Sandlot, where he's on a lot of like social media and you see him and it's just like, it just doesn't feel right. Just doesn't feel right. Yeah, it's just like, it feels problematic. Like it hurts you in your soul. Yep. All right, let me think of one. That's too orange. Which one? Little Giants? I watched Little Giants a lot as a kid. I felt more of a connection to it because I was like a football player and blah, blah, blah. Oh, The Sandlot? Sandlot, I was never that big of a Sandlot boy. I did watch it several times. I ended up having to watch it a lot. Yeah. My family wasn't really a baseball family. Like, as far as, like, I didn't play it, my brother didn't play it. Well, my brother played it a little, but, like, I didn't. And it was a little after my brother's time. Okay, I got a good one. I got a good one. Trilogy. Trilogy. The Mighty Ducks, nope. Clerks, nope. God, Clerks is a trilogy, isn't it? I haven't even seen Clerks 3. Spider-Man, nope. Not Spider-Man. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly? Nope. A lot of people don't know that's a trilogy. Good on you, Fugu. Evil Dead? Nope. Three Musketeers? Nope. Godfather? Nope. Next clue is... Triple H. Triple H, the wrestler. Triple H.
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, thanks, King. How you doing, bud? How have you been? Oh, Jesus Christ, Todd. Don't do that. Blade 3 is correct. King. King gets it right. Comes in here, subs, and gets it right. Jesus Christ. Spoons. King gets it right. Blade 3. Blade 3. All right, next one. All right, this is going to be a very, very tough one. This is going to be a very tough one, okay? I honestly liked the first. I enjoyed pretty much all the Blades. Blade 3 I thought was the weakest one, but they were all entertaining. Blade 1 is like a legitimately pretty good, damn good film. Blade 2 is with the weird vampires who are like infected, whose jaws open up, like, you know, and Norman Reedus, I think, betrays him. All right, we're going into super, super duper hard mode, everybody, okay? If you get this one right. I loved this film as a kid, though. I loved this film as a kid. All right, so be prepared. First clue is Kumite. Kumite. Bloodsport is incorrect. I said this was going to be hard, Silvergrains. I said this was going to be hard. Karate Kid 2, nope. Frank Dux was the real dude and wild as fuck. Lion King, nope. Kumite, like Kumate, I think it's spelled. Kumite. I'm not going to define it, though. I'm not going to define it. A Kumite Ayalata. Next clue. Three Ninjas Kick Back. Nope. Next clue is... We'll do early 1900s. Oh, that's how it's spelled? Okay. Kumite. Kumite. Early 1900s. Surf Ninjas, no? God, that film. I saw that a lot as a kid. Fucking Leslie Nielsen as the villain. I remember I watched that film. It was the first time I was home alone. I was like 7. I was like 7 years old, home alone. I think by accident. And I just sat there watching Surf Ninjas. I have a vivid memory of this. Yeah, Rob Schneider was also in it. All right, everybody. Kumite, the Game Gear. My family had a Game Gear with a TV attachment too. That you could antenna watch TV out of the Game Gear. And we had Sonic. We had Sonic for that shit. Any guesses? It is not the answer. This is a movie. All right. Next clue is Golden Dragon. Golden Dragon. Yeah, we're at Kumite, early 1900s, and Golden Dragon. Let's see, King. Yep. I saw this movie way too many times. Because I liked it as a kid. Forbidden Kingdom, nope. Next clue is Mongolian. Nope, you're wrong on that, King. Mongolian. Eddie Murphy has nothing to do with this film. I think you're thinking of like the Golden Child or whatever. It's not the Golden Child. Something like that. Yep. This one's gonna be worth 10 points. Yep. This one's gonna be worth 10 points, everybody. That's how hard I think this is gonna be for a lot of you. 10 points. Somebody make me eat my words. Big Trouble Little China? No. That's on a Kumite. Seven Samurai? Nope. Ma, do you know what a Kumite is? Just out of curiosity. That's not me like berating your answer. I'm just curious. Sure don't? Okay. Kung Pao under the fist? Nope. This clue is this one is more than a few words. Troll 2, nope. This one is the entire story was a remake, but in a different time period with different actors. But the story is all like borderline scene for scene. But oh wait, one other thing. The main actor stayed the same though. The main actor stayed the same. Nope. Shaolin Soccer, nope. The last clue is splits. The last clue is splits. I have talked about this film, I think, once before. Maybe. There it is. Silver Grains. Silver Grains pulls it out. You get 10 points for that. The Quest. The Quest. The Quest. JCVD was in a movie. Kumite is like a karate tournament. Yep. Good on Bob. The husband's coming in. So Kumite is like a karate tournament, basically kind of like to the death. And but not necessarily to the death. And so JCVD did Bloodsport in like the late 80s or mid 80s, mid to late 80s, or he was young, which was his first Kumite movie. The Quest comes out at like the late 90s, and it just takes place in the early 1900s instead of like 1970s, 1980s America. So he's like a New York street urchin or taking care of street urchins, something like that. For some reason, he travels with this boxer to like somewhere in China, and he ends up joining the tournament in place of the boxer and wins it. And the big baddie was a Mongolian guy. And the prize was a golden dragon. Chris Dubois, that's it. Yeah, you remember Silent Spoons. That movie came out when I was like probably 6 or 7, and I ended up seeing it a ton. Yep. Christopher Dubois. There's a hilarious scene where this Mongolian guy wipes sweat off of his tits in a really weird way. That motion has stuck with me too. I hope somebody else remembers that scene. It's during the final fight. The final fight, though, was like 15 minutes. But this was literally like, so like he has a friend that gets like massively hurt in both films, like, and they did a similar type of injury. Like there was like remakes of the scenes. It's not necessarily disgusting, it's just how it happened was so odd. Sounds good, Silver Grains. You and your husband are an unstoppable duo. All right, next one. Next one. Will be Let's go with... I mean, I'm trying to be very hard with these, so... Bud, you missed some of the... We did Toys. We did The Fly. Robin Hood Men in Tights. The World of Warcraft movie. We did the movie North. Nobody got North. Mud, do you remember North by chance? Do you remember the movie North? You don't? With Elijah Wood, where he gets emancipated from his parents? Elijah Wood, yep. See, King remembered it, I think. I gotta think of one. No, Jason Alexander and Julia Louis-Dreyfus were the parents. That was actually one of the clues was Seinfeld. All right, I gotta think of one. I think Tom Arnold was in it, though. I was thinking of doing The Stupids as one of these films, but I can't remember enough of that film without giving it away. Anyone remembers The Stupids? I'm My Own Grandpa. Oh, here's a good one. First hint is Michael Bay. First hint is Michael Bay. This one might be easy for somebody. We'll see. I guarantee you've heard of the film, Mud. Not that it helps you right now because you don't know his profile, but... He also likes being like a horrendously like male gaze director. All right, next clue is inspired by real events. Transformers, you're right. Badly Boys? Nope. Bad Boys 2? Nope. How'd you know I was in those films? Who told you? Pearl Harbor? Nope. You know, it's kind of weird to think about. If Pearl Harbor or something like that happened now, there'd be Pearl Harbor deniers. True Lies, nope. Armageddon, nope. That thought just came to me. Get Short, nope. Nope, not 13 hours. TMNT, nope. But you're not hitting the right ones, Silent Spoons. Pain and Gain, nope. All right, we're gonna go with a what's the right word for this? There's a bunch of these. I forget what I can't believe I forgot the term used for like you know, not more like, you know, there's a bunch of these films. A series? Fast and the Furious? Nope. Sequels? No, but there's like it's a franchise. It's a franchise. Not National Treasure, nope. I said inspired, not based. There it is. Spoons is correct. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. When they remade those, Michael Bay might have directed the first one. Did I say directed as a clue? I think I just said Michael Bay. I don't know. But regardless, he bought the rights, or his company bought the rights to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. No, you are correct. Remember they have like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like the Next Generation, not the Next Generation was like the third one or whatever, but they had like the new ones that they did. Michael Bay, yo. Spoons. Yep, yeah. Next question. Next question. Is Rhino. Jumanji, nope. Ace Ventura 2, nope. That's the red herring, mud. Oh, damn, Fox Girl gets it right up. Maybe I shouldn't have used the main villain, huh? Fox Girl gets it right. James and the Giant Peach. Good on you. Good on you. Love that film. Man, did Roald Dahl, though, have a thing for, like, really horrendous childhoods. Really just horrendous childhoods. I read so many of his fucking books. That's true. Just like poor, abused kids everywhere. Let's see. All right. I like how that's people's first thought, because you know what? That wasn't mine. I'm being out perverted here, huh? Let's see. Next one. You got the rare. Here, I actually got a new rule. Can you give Foxgirl another point, Mud? If anyone gets it in the first guess, they get 2 points. If anyone gets it on the first guess, they get 2 points. Oh, hell yeah! All right, we'll do one more. So let's make it a doozy. Let's make it a doozy. Oh, am I not gonna fit? I don't think I'm gonna finish this today, everybody. I'm kind of getting tired. And I kind of like taking my time on this one. Let's see. That's a good one. Come on! That's true, Jamboree. Celestia! What the heck? What the heck? Welcome in. Nice to see you, Celestia. Okay, I got one. I got one. First clue is clown. Is clown. Brave Little Toaster, nope. Remember, 2 points if you get it right on the early ones. It, nope. Come on, you think I'd start off it with clown? Come on. Come on. What is this, amateur hour? Killer Clowns from Outer Space, nope. Your mom? Jesus! Big Fish, nope. Gacy, nope. Octopussy, nope. Spawn, nope. Dumbo, nope. Next clue is Universal Healthcare. Oh shit, wait, Jamboree's got it. Jamboree's got it. Oh my god. You get 2 points for that, Jamboree. Patch Adams. Saw that one in theaters. Patch Adams is correct. I'm surprised you got that just from Clown. Good on you. Good on you. Everybody take notes. Did it? That broke you? Yeah, you actually were, Mud. Interesting. All right. All right, we're going to do another one. We're going to do another one because that one was a 1. He's a very good actor. There was actually, does anyone remember the TV show Louie with Louis C.K.? I really liked that show when I was out, and I was really annoyed when Louis C.K. became a sex pest. There is a great episode. God, that show was well done, though. There was an episode where Robin Williams goes in there, and it's really just worth a watch for like the acting in that. It was one of the episodes that really wasn't comedic, but Robin Williams is in it, and boy, was it fucking good. That was such a good show. That show was really ahead of its time. He really was. Oh yeah, I've seen that episode a bunch of times, King. All right, let's think of another one. Let's see. All right, I got one. Your first clue is Godfather. Godfather. I don't think he's criminally underrated. La Bamba was a fine movie. Holy shit, Fugu. What the fuck? Yes, it was Deer Hunter. You son of a bitch. I knew Godfather was such a goddamn good... Well, and De Niro. Fugu. And De Niro. It was a double whammy. Hot damn. Look at you all. The island of Dr. Monroe, you mean. Monroe, not Morrow. All right, we gotta do another one. I thought this crowd might struggle with Deer Hunter. But Casale, right, is how is it pronounced? That guy is one of the most interesting film careers ever. He was in 5 films and they all won Best Picture. I would say he deserved to be in more. And I'm curious on why, because he had the looks and, it seemed like he had the chops. I saw La Bamba a lot as a kid, though. It's a tough watch. For some reason, I watched it a bunch. Meryl Streep. Babe. Deer Hunter's a really great movie, but boy, is it a tough watch. Duvall isn't in Deer Hunter. No. That was Christopher Walken. And who was the other friend that gets hurt? Real hard watch, but like it's one of the best war commentary movies I think I've seen. And like visually, it's not necessarily hard to watch. Like it's not like it's gory or anything like that. It's just the premise, the concepts are very, very heavy. Yeah, I mean, the movie's kind of Russian roulette based. It's the main driver of the story. Or it's what drives the story, right? Well, that in Vietnam, of course. All right, I'll think of another one. Okay, this is... All right, I'm just gonna say this right now. If anybody gets this on the first guess, I will give you 2 oiliest of oily points. This is an oiliest of oily points question. But if you get this right on the first guess, this is 2 oiliest of oily points. This is how we're ending it. I got a good one. I've never watched it. I know of it. I know of the ass to ass, but I've never watched the never watched it. All right, first clue. So like I said, this one's worth oiliest of oily points with the same rules. If you get on the first clue, you get 2. Okay? I'm gonna go with first clue is Fever Dream. Fever Dream. I've watched this film way too many times too, actually. I was actually watching this and Deer Hunter at the same time because I had it on demand in college. Walking Life? Nope. Rock-a-Doodle-Doo? Nope. I'm sorry, Maddie, you probably have no shot at this film. I'm being curious. I'm going to be curious to see who has any idea what this film is. Really? Well, yeah, Maddie, you're not a big movie person, huh? Sorry that the trivia is not really good for you. Mulholland Drive? Nope. What Dreams May Come? Nope. All right, next clue. Next clue is Casino. Casino. Identity? No. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? Nope. Not that. So we have Fever Dream and Casino. That's actually a good guess, but that's wrong. That's wrong. Based on those clues, that's a good guess. All right, next clue. Let's see. Is VHS. VHS. But I'm warning you, that's a little bit of a curveball. Total Recall? Nope. VHS. Nothing? No clues? This is worth an oiliest of oily point. This is worth an oiliest of oily point. Fever Dream, Casino, and VHS. Be Kind to Rewind? No. 7, nope. Yep. Next clue. Body horror. Body horror. Jennifer's Body, nope. Existence, nope. But I'll say this, Existence has some relation to this film. Body horror. Horror. Get your mind out of the gutter. Fugu gets it right. Fugu gets it right. Videodrome. Videodrome. You get an oiliest of oily points, Fugu. So Casino, James Wood. That was your next cat. James Wood. It's a David Cronenberg film again. Thank you, Fugu. It is a very so it's about a guy who gets a videotape where he sees it's kind of like a snuff film type thing. He's got this weird girlfriend who then is kind of like a part of the film. He starts hallucinating a lot. His hand turns into a gun. He has like a stomach, like a vagina in his stomach at one point. It's really hard to describe this film. I've seen it way too many times. It is pure Cronenberg, though. No shit, Spoons. Are you serious on that? With that? There's no way you can, Fugu. There's there's not really like a plot. There's not really a plot in Videodrome. No shit. Good on you. You know what? Give Spoons 3 oily points. Give Spoons 3 oily points for that, because that's impressive. That isn't. You thought Videodrome was too mainstream? I said this was I knew a good percentage of you have never even heard of this fucking film. Yeah, that is not mainstream. I mean, Cronenberg is barely... Cronenberg isn't even mainstream, and he's directed some huge films. Cronenberg is something that, movie nerds know about, but, most people don't know who Cronenberg is. And he's, he's one of the most mainstream, horror directors of all time. A naked lunch? What do you mean by naked lunch? Horror director. Horror. Do I recommend? Have a good one, Mud. Have a good night, Nini. Do I recommend watching Videodrome? No. It's fine. I don't know why I watched it as many times. I probably watched it 5 or 6 times. Not really worth it. If any of you are Videodrome curious, I would probably just recommend against it. I heard, like, that does ring a bell, but I don't inherently know what it means. Like, I know I've heard of Bukowski. Oh, no shit. I actually didn't know that. See, I know a decent amount about Cronenberg, but I didn't know about that shit. Giga fucked? Well, I mean, a lot of Cronenberg stuff is, right? Like The Brood. The Brood is fucked. Oh, we got ads in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I should take a break. Good trivia, everybody. That was fun. Good trivia. Now you know the range of the fucked up stuff I've watched out of my own volition. I haven't watched that movie all the way through. That movie grosses me the fuck out, though. I have not seen that, no. Cronenberg has a serious talent. Cronenberg has a serious talent for changing your, like, perception of what's, like, of, like, reality. He's a very talented director. All right, everybody. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Probably in mine, too. I would like to see his interpretation of a lot of things. Fugu. 1, 2, 3, poop cry. See you in 5. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. It's finally happened, everybody. It's finally happened. What that is, you'll never know. But it's happened. Thank you, Fugu. I deserve congrats. I don't subscribe to any brand, honestly, Fugu. There's only one thing that's really necessary with a palette knife, is that they can bend a fuckload. You want the bendy one. So this brand is... This is Rosemary & Co. This is Rosemary & Co. So I'd recommend these. This one has broken, though, where, like, the handle is loose. But if I probably super glued it in there, it'd be fine. Honestly, because I normally lie, but I've never told a lie. Rosemary & Co. Has been pretty good value overall for anything I've gotten from them. So take that for what it's worth. Like, including their brushes. Like, they're reasonably priced brushes. How is that good? So when they're too firm, Omizu, when they don't have bend, you can't scrape up shit off of your palette. So since this is bent, I push into the palette and scrape, right? I can't do that when they're firm. It doesn't work. So firm ones just won't do anything. Plus, if you need to apply to the palette, they need to bend too, so you get proper coverage and even coverage. Their brushes are reasonably priced for what you get. I have not felt bad about what I paid for Rosemary & Co. brushes. I've only felt bad about expensive brushes I've gotten them deforming on the first use. They do, spoons. I agree with that. Plastic knives will break and they won't. But you could probably get away with some plastic knives, but... Yeah, for miniature paint, like paintings that brushes that you need a fine point on, I have no recollection. For brushes, I'm only referring to bristle. I can only refer to bristle brushes from them. They also have a crazy selection. You go against the grain, fair enough. What the fuck are palms? Oh, you're talking about your own hands? I thought you were referring to like brushes made from like palms or something. Oh, gotcha. No, palette knives are not a waste of money. Like, you know, I know you're joking, but I have found them to be very necessary, useful. I need them to put paint into tubes as well. So there's some other factors in it for me. What the fuck is a K-bar? Oh, gotcha. All right, everybody's telling, like, saying all these, like, I could understand that one out of context clues, but I don't know the names of all these weapons that you guys have. Oh, you think so, Amizu? Yeah, you don't need to spend a lot on palette knives, King. Like I said, the only thing that they need is that they bend, that they have bend in them. That's it. That's all you need. Fair enough. Fair enough, Amizu. I actually don't. There is nothing I like. The only thing I recommend investing in, but you know, within reason, is paint. But you know, you've heard me like talk about how overpriced paint is, in general. But that's the only thing I really recommend, like researching and investing hard, because that's stuff that could really benefit you in how you paint and how you approach painting. Versus, I think, like brushes, you just need to find the shape that you like or that works for you. But that's about it. Like, I think brush... Son of a bitch! Thank you, Maddie. Couldn't have done it without that. Okay. So it is officially fucker o'clock, huh? Shoo-be-doo bop. Wow. You think you'll need another session for this one? I do. I do. I'm kind of fine taking my time on this one. I kind of regret not taking a little bit more careful on the previous skeleton I did, the full portrait of the skeleton. So I'm just gonna, I'd rather just take an extra session on this to make sure it's in a spot that I at least enjoy. Thanks, Shasta. What are you talking about, Celestia? Tons of wrong with it. But I agree. Well, I mean, I think you would describe Monet as an Alla Prima painter, and he definitely did not do that. Same with John Singer Sargent. But there's like an aspect of Alla Prima painting, which means that you're not doing like, I'd say the best representation of what being an Alla Prima painter means is that you're trying to be efficient and hit colors as they are versus doing like a higher level technique like glazing, right? And I know that's not where you're going with that comment, King, but like I think it's something to note here. That it's more of like a philosophy. All right, Maddie. Philosophical approach to painting than like a strict set of rules. my God! What are you gonna do, King? What are you gonna do when that time comes? You know that murdering me doesn't work. Celestia, how have you been, by the way? Thanks for joining me today. It's always a delight when you're here, Celestia. Unlike these other maniacs like Maddie, like Mad Maddie. What, Mad Maddie? I don't stink. Prometheus purple nurples. That would suck. Am I wrong? Oh my God! You sick fuck! God damn it, Maddie. Did I? I have not seen Snuffbox, but it's on my list of stuff that I need to remember whenever I want to watch something. Because I love Matt Berry. Yeah. I don't think you are, Maddie. I think you're anything but innocent. You know, this is going to be a tough brush. So let's... Thank you, Celestia. Hi, Emmanuel.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink. You stink, Maddie. Yeah, huh? Yeah, huh. Okay. See how this works. Where is the lewd commentary? Penises. There we go. There you go, Celestia. That's true. I did say, what did I say? Sticks out like a sore penis earlier. I did say that. Off the cuff. Because I am known for that perverted wit. And the stream is sponsored by the Endowment for the Perverted Arts. I don't know if I like where I ended up putting that. Unfortunately not, Shasta. We're working on it. My best lawyer, Dia, is on the case. I've been inspired. I'm going to be doing some paintings of tombstones. That's cool. I've actually wanted to. I've considered attempting to do some plein air at a cemetery. I wouldn't be surprised if that actually came to be at some point. Falling in the bed of pansies. That sounds very colorful, Emmanuel. I mean, if anybody's deserving of a D-Wipe sponsorship, it is me. I've done more for their business than they have ever done. Desist. The pansies are blue. You could probably. Are you gonna do like a? Are you gonna key it like very cold, like a cold white and like the blue pansies and maybe like purples or something like that? Or are you gonna do some contrast with some warm fairies or something? Oh, interesting, King. That's cool, Emmanuel. I think that's a good idea. It's nice getting the opportunity to use a lot of like cold blues and purples and stuff like that.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Absolutely not. I'll never stop. Never. Does, doesn't he? it can be difficult. It can be difficult, like what I'm doing right now, having to try and figure. So yeah, I agree with you, Emmanuel. This is probably the most annoying part. A simpler brushstroke could be a stronger statement. It's really hard to see these reflections well. You know what? Did I fuck that up maybe? Son of a big weird asshole. How you doing, bud? No, don't. No. Mad Maddie strikes again. Mad Maddie. Fuck, oh. I flourished when I should have flamished. Damn it. It's gonna be too much, isn't it? Oh, I would love that. I would love that. I'll see if he agrees. I wouldn't see why he wouldn't. Yeah, no, that seems about right. A very stale, yeah, exactly. A very stale baguette or a stale sourdough loaf. Because there you got the weight. It's more of like just like having a rock. Oh yeah, that too. Yep. I mean, also a good old phone book. A good old phone book never hurt. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. You hate sour milk? It can be pretty nasty. Did you just accidentally drink some, Emmanuel? Ooh. No good. No good, Manuel. Well, make sure you just take care of yourself, King.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, a raid! Oh my god! Poison Jackal? Oh my god, a sneak attack.
Oh, brother,
I don't stink, you stink. Son of a bitch. Welcome in. You rated right into ads. You rated right into ads. I doing Meal Lines Creatives. Son of a bitch king. Classic. Right into ads. Give us your links, Jackal. Oh. Before we have a problem. Good. Good. Everyone go check out Poison Jackal. They're switching to oil paints, which is great. They're going to be exclusively painting with oils. So go check them out. Wonderful artist. Friend of the stream. Meal Lines Creatives. Thank you. Let's take a look. Oh, you're doing Minecraft. Really cool. Do you have a Instagram, Jackal? Or else? Or else? Okay. Maylines Creatives. Good. Everybody go follow Jackal. I've been following him for literally 40 billion years. You should as well. They post almost every day. Sometimes every hour of every day. So you should check it out. Definitely worth checking for just how many times they post every day. Thank you. I have a black cloud that constantly follows me around. I was cursed by a witch in the woods. I was cursed by a witch in the woods. And frankly, I blame, it was really shitty of them because it was just an honest misunderstanding. It was an honest misunderstanding. But here they go cursing me. True. True. In the most perverted way ever, too. Makes sense. Makes sense, Mayline.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Absolutely not, Celestia. It'll be a dark day if I ever stop. Well, Jackal did it to torture you. Dub me. Dub to me.
Grab the children! Save the children!
I refuse. I refuse, King. Those children are not going to be saved. But yeah, I do oil painting. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. Blah, 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 blah. We did not, King. I didn't play it after I got to the 30s. I moved on to Path of Exile. I got busy with paint making too. Stuff like that. For anybody who doesn't know, I make my own paint and I sell it. So if you're in the market for watercolors or oil paints, buy my paints. They're professional grade paints. Buy them or else. Buy them or else. While supplies last, everybody. Thank you, Maddie. Hot to paint, baby. I make them 10 feet away from me in a machine. If you check my Instagram, dub me, you could see the machine making them. I put out a video today. It just, it does get old quick. Because and it's kind of somewhat of the problem Stardew can have at times, where the progression is just too linked to your economy. So after a few times, it just didn't the challenge of it didn't grab me. Do, do, do. Well, that's how a lot of paint, that's how a lot of makeup is made. That's how a lot of lotions are made. Chocolate is made through machines. A lot of chocolate is made through machines like that. They're called 3-mil rollers. Oh, I'm outside of Chicago. I'm in a town called Rockford, Illinois. That's where I'm based out of. Yeah. That's kind of where it goes to. I like cobalt blue. It's quite warm, unlike ultramarine, which is... Well, good, Emmanuel. I personally am not a fan of cobalt blue, but it's a little bit too expensive, for my opinion, for what it gives you. Where are you from, Dubme? Well, thank you. I am the future. Not the kids. It's me. Finally, somebody gets it. But thank you, bud. I appreciate it. You're in Maine? Me and my kids, gotcha. Okay, all right. Fine. I'll let you retract. Even though I don't agree. All I'm just saying is you shouldn't trust my children. They're evil. They're evil. Their eyes glow bright white, and then they control people's minds. Yep, very much. Telling you, don't trust them. Don't trust them. Thankfully, I got them isolated in this small town. Who is left? Only about 32 of them are left. Big mistake. You just made the biggest mistake of your life, Dubme. You are stuck here forever now. There's no leaving. There's only one way out. And you know what that is. There's only one way out. Only one way out. Oh, no reason. King, I'd keep that on. It's pretty cold in here. The thing is, I just don't really have a big interest to do that and the research necessary to make it good. I mean, I kind of do that on stream anyways, so it's like, I don't know. Don't have a huge want. Because, you know, to do it well, you should write a script. Fuck. I'm so curious with the particular. You could, but that's not the goal with this. Dub. So how I paint is with a constant view of the entirety of the painting to make sure everything works with each other. Okay. So I don't prescribe finishing things from start to finish in sections. I think that's a mistake. That would be a mistake to approach things like that. But to keep constant understanding of like that this brush stroke is relative to everything else. Well, I mean, it's what I see. I'm painting from life. So I'm painting from life, and you see, I have this set up. So I'm looking at what I'm painting and painting this, right? So every like the location stuff like that is based off of that, right? So it's not like I'm kind of like changing things. I'm simply trying to paint what I see. Yeah, I do a lot. I do a lot of painting from life. This is 24 inches by 36 inches. 24 by 36. So 24 inches, 36. For you non-Americans, that translates to 90 by 60 centimeters. 90 by 60 centimeters. Well, thanks, Dub. It's terrible. I'm scooping cow shit for days. Excuse you. Excuse you. Shoobity bit. Kind of does, doesn't he? Maybe Ricardo has to pee.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Jesus Christ! Welcome in. Welcome in, Solaris. Big mistake.
Grab the children! Save the children!
I will not, King. Hello, Bong Saget. Welcome back. Welcome back. I wonder. Welcome in. Solaris, give us those links now. Now! Oh yeah, what is that, Bong Saget? I'm sitting down just in case. P-Bearsies! Welcome in, thank you for the follow. Give us the links. Alien Star, Kate Leon thingy. Kate Leon. Oh, Starcat Alien thingy. Okay, I can read. William P. Walrus, thank you for the follow. I've not smoked in 3 months and I'm afraid I'm a fraud. Well, as a fraud, I can assure you that you are not one. Good. Everybody go follow Solaris' Instagram now. As an official class 1 fraud, I assure you. Good. Good. Everyone go check out Solaris' stuff on everywhere or else we're gonna have a serious problem. Thank you for all the follows. Ooh, what color are you thinking, Solaris? Well, what are your pre-chosen options?
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day!
Jesus Christ, Jackal, what have you been doing? Orange. Okay. Red, green, blue, purple. Okay, so just like, okay. I think a big saturated blue. We might have to, Solaris. We might have to. We might have to. I mean, most colors that get the saturation that would look good, you would need to dye it. Ooh. That's true. Enjoy your shit. Enjoy your massive poop. Thank you for the raid again. And what about it? Hi, Dia. No, we're probably going to be calling it soon, Dia. Because I'm not going to finish this today. We still got some stuff to figure out. Ooh. Well, make sure you strap in. How are you today, Dia? No. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Thanks, Dia. Mm-hmm. Shooby-doo bap ba. Skeety bap boop ba. Probably. Fox Sim's coming up a lot today. This is the third or fourth time it's come up today. Probably. I don't really have a want anytime soon. We'll see. But I wouldn't count on it. I would not count on it. I'll pray for your sanitation workers. And the monsters that live in their sewers who are surfing. I hope somebody gets that reference. Yeah, for some reason, well, not for some reason, it just happens. Video games aren't really doing it for me at the moment. Video games. Life in general. Because the night belongs to lovers. I don't know if I'm just like stressed. I don't know. Point being is like, things are like, a lot of things just aren't that exciting for me at the moment. Like as far as like things I have found like joy in recently, or like joy in general, which is not the worst thing. I'm just going through a phase where it's just like, gotta find something I'm interested in to try and distract all this suffering that life is. Well, I'll like games again. I'm just in one of my moods that you know, where I just don't find it that enjoyable at the moment. All right, we're gonna call it here, but I'm gonna do something with some of this paint. I'm gonna do a couple swatches because I'm taking photos for stuff. Yeah, it's just stuff that happens with me. We're gonna make a few swatches. So I'm gonna clean up this. These are for pictures for my badly made paints, everybody. Fox girl who is switching to full-time oils only. Poison Jackal as well. No, not for IG Reels. This is for photos for websites and stuff like that. Just so I don't have to bring out paint and waste some paint. Yeah, I do, Dubme. Check out my Instagram. You could see the machine. No, that's oil paint, Foxer. That's oil paint. Let me go get my swatch sheet. Yeah, Dubme, if you check out my Instagram, there's videos of my paint making machine. Because the night belongs to lovers. I thought I had socials. Instagram, exclamation point Instagram. Where are you? I don't know. On how you hang your, on how I hang my paintings. I literally just put a nail in the wall and just balance them on that. I did take a video today of my place and showing all the paintings being hanging up. That's right. So, for anyone curious, quinacridone magenta, that's quinacridone magenta and titanium white. This is quinacridone magenta and ultramarine blue and titanium white. So that's the purples you can get. These are just like ivory black and lamp black with lead white and titanium white. These are those shitty yellow ochres that I hate. But I needed to make I needed to show a swatch of the orange that this could make. No, we don't hang hose here, Shasta. We love our hose. Orange. Yep. There's some like random color in here. Fuck. Did I use a dirty palette knife or something? Let's remix that. I wonder if that was in where that like green color I saw in there came from. I'm still seeing it. Maybe it's just the reflection. Thank you, Dub. We mixing badly. We're making some swatches for pictures. Okay. That's the orange. Yep. Quite a bit, Shasta.
stroke it.
Goddamn right, Dia. Right. All right, I need to make 2. I don't have a lot of Viridian left. Not Viridian. I want to make Viridian, or show that, like, the Viridian. Well, that was too much, I think. All right, fuck it. We're just going with the saturated green. I'll do the Viridian comp next time. So that's just with the Viridian blue and lemon yellow. A very saturated, vibrant green. You could mix these colors today. Now it's important, so I've been learning a good amount about phthalo blues, Shasta, and PB15 and 15:1 and 2 are both warm. So apparently Winton's phthalo blue, the student grade Winton, is PB just 15 and it's a warm shade. So, you know, it is important to clarify this is 15:3, which is classified as phthalo blue green shade. And then PB:4, 15:4 goes even more into the green, into like a turquoise. So that's important to differentiate. However, I think 15:3 is like the perfect cold blue. So yeah. Purple, quinacridone, green, orange. Might as well just do a straight purple because I got it right here without the whites. I'm not a nerd. Is that the pigment number they use, Shasta? Yeah. Such a good purple. Yeah, 15:1 should be warm. But I hate the, like, when they change. Oh, have a good night, Omizu. So that could be for the California law. So if theoretically, I believe the California law, if your equipment is exposed to lead, in some capacity. I think they need to have the warning to sell retail in California. So you'll see that with a few paints like chromium oxide green and viridian get the warning because I think something in the process could have like downline light exposure. So it's more of just like a pretty tight regulation on stuff. Is there anything else I wanted to mix? Because the night belongs to lovers. We might as well. But I do have to say, if you are using yellow for painting, just use a lemon yellow. There's no other yellow you need to use. Mind you, for a mixing palette. Okay, don't need that. Do I just do one for like titanium white? Just I got enough of it. Didn't think I needed one for titanium white, but because most papers that are white generally have some type of like titanium white in there. It's a widely used pigment. I'm using pigment yellow 37. Can you give me a name of it? I'm not going to do that with lead white. I could do that with lead white in case there's a difference. I probably should. Fuck, there's yellow. Where'd that yellow come from? Do they list as cadmium deep yellow? So they list Hansa as well? Hansa's a garbage pigment. Don't use Hansa. There's no reason to use Hansa yellow. Obviously use it if you have it, but don't buy Hansa. Hansa is not stable. All right, you can mix all of these with badly made paints, everybody. Wait, PY74 isn't Hansa. What is PY74? I mean, great oranges, great greens, great purples. Great yellow is stable Hansa? I didn't know there was a third Hansa pigment number. All right, let's clean up. Oh, it's Azo. Is Azo just an airline also goes by Hansa? Did not know that. All right, let's clean up, clean up. Good. Honestly, King, like I'm not saying my paints are cheap, but for what you get, and especially if I start offering, oh Hexcat, thank you for the follow. If I offer Impasto Medium as a filler, King, I would recommend going that route because you'll get a lot more value out of my paints than you would from even like from student grades. Value in the sense that you won't have to use a lot of paint if you mix your colors and then put filler in them. Is it? When was Hansa invented? Or Hansa Yellow invented? Because it has pigment, it has the #1 pigment number, pigment yellow 1 and 3. But I know that doesn't necessarily mean like, you know, chronological order. But I'm curious on why. Is it 2 as well? 1909? Because all the lead yellows were in front of that, and cadmiums were in front of 1909. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to love. Right. Alright, so you guys get another day of this painting. I have not been very efficient with this painting, but I'm trying. I had to work through a lot of dimensional issues with painting this, so. I also regret the lighting setup I chose to do for this. I do regret that. But we'll do more. Huh. Interesting. And I do not want to bother changing the light at this point. Interesting. Well then, I'll say that not all Hansas are garbage, but if it's pigment yellow 1 or 3, or I guess 2, I would not touch them. Pigment 1, but I don't think they even make pigment PY1 anymore. But I wouldn't use PY3 either. Which I do know is in some Winsor & Newton paints. But they don't, I'm sorry, I haven't seen it on a, does any company still sell it? Like PY1? Because that would be bad. Alright. And now why everybody's here. Why you're all sitting here waiting patiently. Time to wipe the D. Is there any industrial uses for it? Interesting. Time to wipe that D, everybody. Live and uncensored. Yeah, I've seen PY3, like I said, in Winsor & Newton oil paints. Cosmetics, yeah. I'll wait for ads before I wipe this D.
Oh my glob.
Oh, it's happening. This is happening. You're all gonna sit here and watch. I haven't eaten today. Probably should. Shooby-doo-bop.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not. I have not. All right, time to wipe the D. Live and uncensored. Do I have to go get the funnel? I'm not a goose. All right. Watch you pervs. Oh my god. Oh man. God, you all disgust me. You're gonna watch this. You perverts. Oh, Lord. But are you Patrick? I might be. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh, it's so cold. Really getting in there.
Oh my.
I'm really just all up in this right now. And you're all sitting there watching this. You're just like the Japanese businessmen. You're all just like the Japanese businessmen. You would think, Dia. You would think. Just wait till Jess gets on the D-Wipe train. Oh my god, King. Are you in Japan right now? All right, we're done. We're done. Let's find somebody to raid. Oh, you missed the D-wiping. You missed the D-wiping. Sure. Sounds like it. I'll have to look up what the chemical the chemical formula is of it, so I get used to it. Some of these, like, I just ignore a lot of yellows because I think I'm using the best yellow available. But all right, slash raid J underscore, what is it, Renzella? Cheaper than what, Todd? Oh, if it's student grade. I just would, cadmiums are probably the worst in general, the worst quality student grade paints that you can get, because cadmium is a pretty expensive pigment and it's low yield. And companies just want to put the name cadmiums on student grade paints because people buy them. So if I had to say avoid any specific pigments with student grades, it would probably be cadmiums. And that didn't enter. All right, we're rating J Renzella. Son of a bitch! Corrupt. Once in the beginning, once at the end, huh? God damn it. Yeah, then that's true, Shasta. Interesting, dress. Okay. So it's just like a naming convention they use for yellows? But thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you, Mods, Dia, Shasta, Pickles, Celestia, Mud, Salt, Greenbag, I'll see you in hell, Drez, Todd, Auda. Have a good one, Auda. Nice to see you. Omizu, Emmanuel, Ron, Nordic, King, Fox Girl, Goldie, Jamboree. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Oh, thank you, Ada. Have a good night. Fox Girl, if you have any more questions and want to discuss that suggestion anymore, always happy to discuss it. Next stream will be on Wednesday. We should be finishing this on Wednesday. After that, I'm either doing another setup like this or like oh shit.